You're sitting cross-legged in a chamber carved into the bedrock of the afterlife, surrounded by frescoes so bright they've outlived empires. Around you, every wall sings the same refrain. The Nile flows, crops bloom, and life keeps humming. But there's this one symbol that keeps popping up like it's trying to whisper a secret. The blue lotus, not just once or twice, it's everywhere. Held, sniffed, worn like a crown. It's in the hands of the living and the dead, floating serenely in pools that never existed. And it's not just for decoration. This flower is up to something. Fast forward a few thousand years, Manchester, 1999. A team of scientists is poking around in some ancient Egyptian remnant. And they're not just admiring the flower motif. No, they're testing the lotus itself. And they've got a mummy. 3,000 years old, likely smelled better in life. They're trying to decode why this flower was shoved into tombs like some sacred bedtime snack. See, ancient Egyptians didn't believe in subtle tomb decor. Everything in those chambers had a job. Tools, paintings, carvings, they weren't for nostalgia. They were magical blueprints to engineer rebirth. After death, your best shot at a comeback tour depended on how well your tomb set you up. And apparently, the lotus had front row seats to that resurrection concert. The flower wasn't just a pretty aquatic bloom, it had effects, biochemically speaking. This blue lotus had some properties that were, shall we say, stimulating, possibly psychoactive. You know, visions, feelings, things that make afterlife parties a bit more memorable. And that's where it gets even more intriguing, because it turns out a lot of what's drawn on those walls or buried in those sarcophagi isn't just about life, it's about making more life. Fertility dolls, artificial phalluses, eternally youthful figures with knowing smirks. Tomb art was less PG memorial and more how to stay virile forever manual. Intimacy wasn't taboo, it was encoded, like a cosmic inside joke with serious implications. The lotus might have been a symbol of love, rebirth, and, yes, erotic awakening. You've got these scenes that look innocent, someone sniffing a flower, people lounging in gardens, but dig a little deeper, and it's like ancient Egypt had its own subtle Kama Sutra in hieroglyphs. And if you need further proof, let's take a stroll to the artist village of Deir el Medina. These were the folks who painted all those royal tombs. Turns out some of them had side projects. One infamous papyrus from this village shows lotus flowers in places you wouldn't expect, unless you were writing very specific fan fiction. So the blue lotus, it wasn't just a flower, it was a key to pleasure, to power, to eternity. A symbol that said you're not just going to live again, you're going to live again. Imagine you're flipping through the world's oldest adult comic, inked not in glossy pages, but across ancient papyrus, with a flair for drama and anatomy that makes Renaissance painters look prudish. Welcome to the Turin erotic papyrus, Egypt's unapologetic ode to what goes on behind closed tomb doors. It's not a narrative, it's a greatest hits compilation, explicit, imaginative, and wildly confident about its subject matter. You're looking at a woman perched on a stool, facing a man whose, let's say, enthusiasm is dramatically overrepresented. Balanced neatly atop her head, a lotus flower, because nothing says ancient Egyptian intimacy quite like botany meets gymnastic romance. In another scene, the woman skips the man entirely. She's riding an upside-down pot, yes, a pointy-bottomed clay pot, and appears to be thoroughly enjoying herself. Again, with that blue lotus perfectly poised like a kinky crown. But these drawings weren't just smutty doodles from a bored scribe. They hint at something deeper, stranger, because that lotus isn't decorative, it's pharmacological. Enter Lisa Maneksha, lotus detective extraordinaire. She's been chasing the plant secrets from the tombs of Deir el Medina to the majestic walls of the Temple of Horus at Edfu. Up there, 100 kilometers from Luxor, the reliefs are packed with scenes of devotion. Kings offering lotus blossoms to gods, not just as symbols of purity or rebirth, but as sensory catalysts. In one inscription, the king tells the god, when you look at its brilliance, your eyes become dynamic. When you breathe in, your nostrils dilate. Now, if that's not a poetic euphemism for getting high, I don't know what is. Lisa thinks the Egyptians weren't just admiring the lotus, they were using it. Like using it as a narcotic, a euphoric stimulant. And they weren't subtle about it. Tomb paintings show people sniffing the flower with borderline religious intensity. Wine goblets shaped like lotus petals. Tiny jars, maybe lotus extracts, being mixed into drinks. Wine and lotus, liquid courage and flower power, the ancient world's version of a cocktail hour with hallucinations. But is this just speculation? That's where science steps in, tweed jackets and all. In Manchester, a team led by Dr. Rosalie David began a quiet investigation, one that involved the 3,000-year-old mummy of a woman named Asru. She was a chantress, a temple singer from Karnak, entombed with reverence and mystery. Her body, donated to the Manchester Museum in 1825, became the centerpiece of an inquiry into what really fueled those lotus-filled evenings. Were the Egyptians slipping into transcendence via flower-infused wine? Were those erotic scenes just the illustrated memories of ecstatic nights scented with perfume and narcotics? They hope Asru will tell them. Not through words, of course, but through traces in her tissues, secrets in her skin, whispers locked in the chemistry of her preserved breath. Because maybe, just maybe, the ancient Egyptians weren't just preparing for rebirth in their tombs, they were chasing the divine through intoxicated ecstasy, lotus-laced dreams, and the belief that even in death, pleasure was sacred. Asru's story picks up in that eerie Victorian laboratory meets mummy sort of way. Her wrappings, once so ceremoniously applied, were casually peeled off by 19th century gentlemen with more curiosity than delicacy. A bit of unwrapping the mystery taken far too literally. But thanks to their eager hands, modern scientists suddenly had unfiltered access to her skin and what remained of her organs, a jackpot for anyone trying to trace the secrets of her afterlife chemistry. So what do you do with a 3,000-year-old woman and a scalpel? You listen for the crunch of ancient tissue, you gently extract samples from claws and crevices, and, if you're lucky, find a shred of uncontaminated flesh. Asru's body became a testing ground. The mission? To detect any trace of psychoactive substances. Was she partaking in the blue lotus beyond symbolic rituals? Was it medicinal, recreational, or just divine protocol? Hair samples were next. Hair, being the drama queen of body parts, loves to hold on to secrets. Drugs taken over time don't just pass through the system, they write memoirs in your follicles. But here's the twist. Asru's head had been shaved. Ritual purity demanded it. Chantresses like her swapped natural locks for extravagant wigs, and not for style, though those wigs did slay, they did it for sacred cleanliness. The only strands the team could find were sparse body hairs, tucked into hidden creases. Still, those might tell tales her tongue never could. Back in her day, Asru walked the polished floors of Karnak, cloaked in incense and purpose. She wasn't just a singer, she was a divine hostess. Alongside other chantresses, she greeted gods with bouquets of blue lotus, sang them awake, fed them, dressed them, entertained them like celestial VIPs. The temple of Karnak, now sun-bleached stone, would have pulsed with colour, scent and sound. Gleaming gold, deep lapis lazuli, clouds of frankincense curling through beams of sunlight. A sacred nightclub, ancient Egyptian edition. And those dance routines, they weren't your sleepy Sunday school sways. We're talking backbends, flips, full-body performances, women in long wigs arching and moving with athletic grace. These weren't passive hymns, they were high-energy tributes. So the question lingers, with all that movement and devotion, did they too use the lotus not just as an offering, but as an energizer? Asru might have danced with the gods. She might have inhaled the blue lotus not just in ritual, but as a real, physical stimulant. And thanks to science and a few errant Victorian fingers, she just might tell us how divine ecstasy and ancient pharmacology collided in a temple, echoing with chants, drenched in perfume and lined with lotus petals. The room is silent, sterile, humming only with the low whir of machines and the heavy expectation of something ancient about to whisper its truth. In Manchester, Asru, once a chantress in the vibrant incense-thick halls of Karnak, now lies under the scrutiny of modern science. The question on every tongue isn't about her songs or her dances, but about her chemistry. Did she, like the gods she sang to, drift into altered states courtesy of the blue lotus? Hair and tissue samples, now delicately packed and labelled, begin their journey through mass spectrometry, a method so sensitive it can spot a molecule hiding like a whisper in a sandstorm. Asru is the first mummy to be subjected to this level of forensic scrutiny. This isn't just curiosity, it's the search for proof that ancient ecstasy was more than poetic metaphor. Vic Garner's lab, usually the haunt of drug tests and police evidence, now hosts history itself. What do they find? An elegant cocktail of substances, plant oils, henna, all sorts of intriguing residues. But narcotics, nothing known. No opium, no cannabis, no obvious psychoactives. So what now? Maybe the Blue Lotus was misjudged, or maybe its secrets lie outside the standard narcotic handbook. Maybe it wasn't about getting high in the modern sense. Maybe it was something else, lighter, subtler, but no less powerful. So the team pivots. If Asru didn't carry the evidence, maybe the flower does. But Blue Lotus isn't easy to find. Even in Egypt, it's become a rare bloom, a forgotten botanical celebrity. Enter a quiet little water garden in Cheshire, of all places, where the suspected sacred species still thrives in murky greenhouse ponds. And here, two grown men in rubber waders become history's most cautious florists, snipping carefully, no petals touched, no sniffing marathons encouraged. They hold it reverently, like it might whisper back. The smell? Sweet, almost fruity. Bananas, they say, light but oddly memorable. You could imagine it curling through a golden temple, mingling with sandalwood and breathless anticipation. Decades ago, American researchers hinted that the flower might contain an alkaloid, something psychoactive, but that theory wilted without replication. No one ever tried again. Until now, because maybe that's the secret. Maybe the Blue Lotus doesn't roar like cannabis or opium. Maybe it whispers, a mood enhancer, a sedative, a fragrant doorway to somewhere softer, dreamier, a state of reverence, of readiness, for gods, for love, for death and rebirth. Asru may not have carried narcotics in her veins, but the air around her, thick with lotus and ritual, might have carried enough to lift her gently toward the divine. So, after months of poking, sniffing, slicing and spectrometrying their way through petals, perfumes and mummified follicles, the big question was still dangling. Was the blue lotus actually a drug? Well, not in the conventional narcotic sense. When they scanned the flower for alkaloids, those buzzy molecules that typically send you off to talk to gods or see colours with your elbows, they found nothing. No sharp peaks, just noise, a chemical shrug. But then something unexpected emerged: plant steroids, phytosterols. These are the quiet workers of the botanical world, compounds with genuine medicinal oomph. Still, it wasn't quite enough to explain the lotus's almost mythic reputation. Then came the game changer. They switched methods. Cue liquid-based mass spectrometry, the high-powered magnifying glass of the molecular world. And boom, bioflavonoids, 3 of them, hiding like ancient secrets in the petals. Now, bioflavonoids aren't the show-off type. They don't come with warning labels or wild hallucinations, but they are potent. They help color plants, sure, but they also act like tiny health ninjas inside the body. Antioxidants, circulation boosters, mental clarity enhancers. And this is where things got spicy. The team compared the lotus to modern-day herbal rock stars, specifically ginkgo biloba. You've probably seen it on supplement bottles. Boost your brain, sharpen your memory. That stuff. And guess what? The blue lotus lit up the comparison like an ancient neon sign. In fact, the lotus had even more of those brain-friendly compounds than ginkgo itself. They weren't just pretty petals. They were packed with compounds that could, in theory, improve blood flow, lift mood, reduce oxidative stress, and yes, mimic the effects of Viagra. Suddenly all those dreamy tomb scenes, all those dancers with lotus blossoms on their heads, all those erotic papyri, it started to make a lot more sense. Lotus in the wine? That wasn't just for flavor, that was an ancient happy hour, a sacred toast to clarity, circulation, and perhaps a little post-ritual romance. Dr. Liz Williamson, with her pharmacognosist precision, summed it up. The Egyptians may have been using the blue lotus in much the same way we use ginkgo today, only more so. An anti-aging herb, a memory tonic, a stimulant for the senses and quite possibly for other things. So was the blue lotus a drug? Maybe not in the way we'd expect, but it was definitely doing something. And in the temples of Karnak, amid gold and lapis, it may have carried more than just fragrance. It carried a physiological fire, a living spark that linked memory, ecstasy and rebirth in a single sacred bloom. So there it was, the final piece in the ancient jigsaw puzzle. All those sensual murals, the erotic papyrus, the lotus-scented wine cup. It wasn't just metaphor or mysticism. It was biochemistry with a flair for drama. Turns out the blue lotus didn't just shimmer with symbolic meaning, it pulsed with real physiological power. When scientists compared the chemical fingerprint of their modern sample from a quiet English garden pond to the dried ancient petals plucked from the coffin of Ramses II himself, the results were astonishingly clear. The plants were practically twins. Same phytosterols, same bioflavonoids, same arsenal of natural compounds tuned for blood flow, vitality, and what can only be described as full-body resurrection. And here's where things got a little cheeky. Among the chemical cast of characters hiding in the lotus were a couple of phosphodiesterase inhibitors, compounds known today as key players in medications like, well, Viagra. You know, those pills that famously boost blood flow in very specific regions. So now everything clicked into place. That lotus balanced on the head of an aroused woman in the Turin papyrus. Not just decoration, that flower being offered to the gods in every other tomb mural. Not just ritual flattery, the dancers, the musicians, the perfumes, all part of a carefully orchestrated experience. Heightened senses, divine energy, ecstatic movement. The lotus wasn't a prop, it was the trigger, an aphrodisiac, a stimulant, a natural enhancer that blurred the lines between divine ceremony and physical pleasure. And it wasn't just for men. The compounds worked for women too. This wasn't some ancient bro science. It was a shared elixir, ritual intimacy wrapped in the petals of a sacred bloom. So the final verdict? The Egyptians weren't dabbling in symbolic flowers. They were pharmacologists in linen kilt. Their temples were clinics of pleasure and power. And the blue lotus wasn't just a flower, it was a key to vigor, to ecstasy, to divine communion, a sacred aphrodisiac brewed by sun, soil, and centuries of reverence, a kiss from nature with the potency of a spell. So the final petals of the mystery unfurled like a sacred bloom in slow motion. The ancient Egyptians didn't just venerate the blue lotus for its beauty, nor did they simply use it as a poetic flourish in their tomb art. They wore it, drank it, inhaled it, and wove it into nearly every ritual of life, love, and death. And now the science backed up what the art had been shouting all along. The compounds in the modern blue lotus matched almost exactly with those in the preserved petals from Ramses II's tomb, 2,000 years apart, yet chemically identical. Which means, yes, the ancient Egyptians absolutely had access to a flower with real biological potency. A flower with mild euphoria, a touch of mental clarity, blood flow stimulation, and let's not forget, a gentle but notable Viagra-like effect. And while the team didn't yet find smoking gun molecules in Asru's tissues, there were faint, mysterious peaks in her samples, unidentified compounds that could very well be remnants of the lotus, faded but not erased by time. Maybe she'd sipped lotus wine during temple feasts. Maybe the scent lingered on her skin, anointed with floral oils. Maybe the gods weren't the only ones intoxicated by her rituals. For Egyptians, intimacy wasn't taboo, it was transformation. The moment of climax mirrored creation itself. Rebirth wasn't just hoped for, it was reenacted, symbolically and sensually. Everyone in tomb art appears in their prime, youthful, fertile, drenched in perfume, scantily clothed or draped in barely their linens, an entire afterlife curated like an eternal honeymoon. Even the language played along. Words for scent, ejaculate, and pull all carried the same root letters, STI, echoing a culture where aroma, attraction, and climax shared the same divine syllables. Scent was erotic, the lotus was both, a garland for your neck, a stimulant for your blood, a symbol for your soul. Lisa Maneksha's code cracked wide open. The lotus wasn't just a flower, it was an intermesial metaphor, a medical elixir, a spiritual beacon. It was perfume and promise, potency and poetry. It was soaked in wine, not for flavor, but for chemistry. Over time, it didn't give you a drunken high, it made you feel more you, more vital, more alive, or if you were already dead, more reborn. So yes, the blue lotus was everything the pharaohs needed. A scent to arouse, a vision to adore, a tonic to restore, and maybe, just maybe, a secret to bridge the gap between this life and the next. The truth, when it finally began to emerge from Asru's brittle bones and ancient tissues, was not the idealized dream painted on tomb walls. It was messy, painful, human. Asru, once a graceful temple chantress serenading gods with lotus bouquets and polished incantations, was in fact quite unwell. Her preserved body, so artfully arranged in death, was now unraveling a lifetime of hidden suffering under the cold scrutiny of X-ray scans and microscope slides. Her intestines told the first tale. Infested with strongyloids, a parasitic worm that makes its way into your system via mud or stagnant water, through your feet or hands, before taking a horrific detour through your heart, lungs, throat, and eventually your digestive tract. This was no mild inconvenience. It meant diarrhea, internal bleeding, and likely chronic anemia. A stomach in constant rebellion, a body starved of iron. Then there were her lungs, lined not with air, but with the fine grains of the desert. Sand pneumoconiosis, the same kind of slow suffocation seen today in miners and camel herders. Her breathing before death would have been labored, tight, like every breath dragged through a sieve of grit. Not exactly the radiant figure serenading gods with vigor and elegance, but it didn't stop there. Her joints, especially in the fingers, were gnarled with osteoarthritis, ankylosed, fused together from years of use and inflammation. She might have suffered from septic arthritis, the kind that grinds mobility into agony. She was likely well over 50 when she died, her hands stiff, her breath short, her stomach afflicted by wriggling invaders. This was the true picture of ancient life, stripped of the fantasy. The young, glowing figures painted in tombs were illusions, symbolic avatars of hope and rebirth. The real bodies, like Asru's, told a story of disease, wear, and struggle. Life in ancient Egypt, for all its grandeur, was fraught with physical decline. Pain was common, parasites were neighbors, air itself could kill. And so suddenly, the lotus's role took on a far deeper, more desperate significance. The lotus wasn't just a sensual stimulant, it was a lifeline, a symbol of vitality in a world quietly drowning in illness, a flower that promised renewal, vigor, beauty, things stolen by worms, sand, and time. The wine it floated in wasn't just a drink, it was hope in a cup, an infusion of comfort, scent, stimulation, and subtle restoration. The lotus wasn't frivolous, it was necessary. And as Asru's frail form whispered the truth of her world through microscopes and scans, it became clear. The Egyptians' obsession with rebirth wasn't just spiritual, it was medicinal. They painted paradise on tomb walls not because they had it, but because they longed for it. And maybe, just maybe, a lotus steeped in wine was their best attempt at capturing it. Asru's scan results read like the medical diary of a woman who carried centuries on her spine. Her vertebrae fractured, her disc slipped so badly it had bulged backwards into her spinal canal, an injury that in today's terms would leave you flat on your back, doped up on painkillers and wondering what sin you committed in a past life to deserve it. And yes, she danced. Likely not just swaying gently with a harpist, but flipping, bending, arching. Temple rituals weren't lazy processions, they were full-body performances. Combine that with years of walking on uneven temple stones, the weight of ritual costumes, and perhaps even ceremonial labor, and you get joints that protest and spines that buckle. Then came the big one, a calcified bladder wall. That's not just uncomfortable. That's a red flag waving furiously at a disease known as schistosomiasis, also called bilharzia. If you're unfamiliar, imagine a parasite-laden waterborne invader, courtesy of tiny freshwater snails. It enters through the skin, takes the scenic route through your bloodstream, and then goes on a graffiti spree through your organs. It's not just inconvenient, it's deadly and common. In modern Egypt, it's infected up to 80% of the population in some regions. The irony? Asru was elite, upper class, lived with servants, ate well, didn't wash laundry by the river. And yet she still got it. The disease didn't care that she sang to gods, it followed the water, and water was everything in Egypt. This discovery cracked something open. If Asru had schistosomiasis despite her status, how many others had it? How many millions across the Nile Valley, laboring in canals, washing in sacred streams, swimming to cool off under a hot sun, carried this parasite in their bloodstream? Tomb paintings showed the idyllic version, clean, beautiful, joyful, but beneath the surface, parasites, worms, inflammation, slow suffocation. Modern Egypt has managed to curb bilharzia through testing, snail control, and medication. But Asru's era had no such tools. They had wine, oils, maybe, just maybe, the blue lotus. The one bloom that didn't just smell divine but might have soothed inflammation, improved blood flow, and acted as a shield, however small, against the plagues hiding in the water. Rosalie David took Asru's samples to Egypt, not to the temples but to the labs, to test whether these parasites left behind chemical footprints. Dr. Magid al-Shabini and his team, experts in screening and eradicating bilharzia, took on the task. They weren't just studying history, they were tracking a timeless enemy, because Asru in her beautiful coffin, painted as a radiant temple singer in her prime, wasn't just a spiritual guide to the afterlife. She was also a patient, and her body told a far more honest story than the paintings ever dared. A story of suffering, of resilience, of a civilization that masked its diseases in gold leaf and perfume, and of a single flower that may have offered more than just beauty. It may have offered relief. Shocking, humbling, stark. There, painted in radiant ochres and lapis blue, Asru would have danced eternally, young, strong, perfumed, a lotus tucked behind her ear, and divine music in her wake. But the truth beneath the wrappings, quite literally, told a very different story. One of disease, pain, and the relentless toll of parasitic infestation. And then came a moment that rewrote history, not in pigment, but in antibodies. When Rosalie David and her team liquefied those ancient dusty tissue samples and ran them through modern tests, they found something no one ever had before: antibodies. Still active. 2,000 years old and glowing with chemical memory. One test in particular sparked with unmistakable reactivity, evidence of a living immune system once raging against a deadly invader: schistosomiasis, bilharzia. The parasite that still haunts modern Egypt had haunted Asru too. It was later confirmed, beyond doubt. In Manchester, under the lens of a microscope, her bladder tissue lit up with fluorescent staining. Those signature oval shapes, clear signs of the schistosome parasite's presence. This wasn't a theory anymore, this was diagnosis. And how did she get it? Ironically, through the very rituals that elevated her. As a chantress, Asru likely bathed in sacred waters, ablutions meant to purify the spirit, but tainted by parasites. Sacred lakes, the divine element of water, turned to poison beneath the surface. The implications were enormous. If she had it, privileged, protected, respected, then how much worse for those who toiled in fields and washed in muddy canals? How many lives were dimmed early, bodies weakened, minds fogged, yet they still built cities, raised obelisks, carried the gods. Average lifespan, around 40. And amidst all this, the parasites, the fractured spines, the degenerative joints, the blue lotus stood tall, not just as an ornamental bloom, but as a beacon, a symbol of vitality in a sea of suffering. Its subtle compounds, circulation boosters, mood enhancers, anti-inflammatories, may have offered real relief. Not a miracle, but a measure of comfort. A whisper of wellness in a world so often marked by decline. As Rosalie wandered through the tombs of Luxor, the meaning of those painted scenes changed. The garlands, the perfumes, the ever-present lotus, they weren't just symbols of beauty. They were hopes, desperate, vivid hopes for health, for rebirth, for something kinder than the physical world had offered. Asru, now forever young in pigment and prose, was in truth a woman who endured much. Her idealized afterlife wasn't just artistic, it was aspirational. A plea painted in petals for a body healed and a soul made whole. And the blue lotus, it wasn't just a flower, it was a promise. 3,000 years later, and Asru, once a whisper in linen, a name on a sarcophagus, sits again in full view. Reconstructed from the shadows of her skull, redraped in a wig, and makeup fit for her former station, she gazes out with the quiet poise of someone who's seen it all and has nothing left to prove. And she does look her age, 60, maybe more. Her upper lip slack with the weight of time, her teeth protruding just enough to hint at the woman who once sang to gods and suffered in silence. Beautiful perhaps in her youth, certainly by the standards of her own society, where elegance was as much about presence and posture as features. For the team in Manchester, her face wasn't just a reconstruction, it was revelation. The final stroke in a narrative that upended everything we thought we knew from the polished murals of tombs. Because those painted scenes, radiant with young limbs, perfect faces and idealized eternity, were not reflections of reality. They were rejections of it. Rejections of worm-filled intestines, calcified bladders, fractured vertebrae, and lungs full of sand. They were dreams, desperate, beautiful dreams. And in the center of it all, the blue lotus. Once considered a mere decorative flourish, it now stood revealed as a pillar of ancient Egyptian life, a symbol, a remedy, a stimulant, a dream of vitality pressed into petals. It promised energy to the weary, relief to the inflamed, and, perhaps most importantly, the illusion of renewal. To consume it, to wear it, to paint it across the walls of your tomb. This was how you said, "I still hope to be whole again." Egypt, at its peak, was unmatched in splendor. Its monuments outlasted empires. Its mythology still haunts the world's imagination. But its greatness was not built by immortal gods. It was built by people like Asru, aching, breathless, infected, enduring. Their resilience stitched every block of temple stone, every line of hieroglyph. And now, thanks to the quiet hum of X-ray machines, the glint of scalpels, and the analytical power of mass spectrometry, their mummies are no longer mute. They speak, they reveal, they warn, and they hope still for that afterlife. That science is catching up with myth, one sample at a time. DNA from royal mummies, from Tutankhamun's twisted lineage, now unspools under lab lights. Genetic diseases, inbreeding, the soft collapse of dynasties once thought divinely ordained. These are the real tragedies behind the golden masks. They are not curses, they are conditions. And so it began in a dusty tomb in 1922 with Howard Carter brushing away the sand of centuries to find a boy king wrapped in mystery. But now, with Asru, the lotus, and the long arc of new science, it continues, not just through gold and legend, but through molecules and memories, still waiting to be understood. Arrived in Cairo with microscopes, gloves, and the reverent energy of men about to crack open the molecular diaries of kings. Dr. Iskander's invitation wasn't just a scientific courtesy, it was a historic summons. Because sealed within the mummies of the 18th dynasty, quite literally in their bones and blood, could be the answers to one of history's greatest cliffhangers. Why did this magnificent royal house just vanish? It had begun, perhaps, with love, twisted love, royal love, the kind sanctioned by bloodline and divine decree. Brother marrying sister. Lineage kept pure. And over time, purity became fragility. Genetic cracks formed, and what was once strength began to splinter from within. The tiny mummies found in Tutankhamun's tomb, his stillborn daughters most likely, were more than tragic footnotes. They were red flags, genetic canaries in the dynastic coal mine. Why did they die? Why did he die so young? And why did the most powerful family in Egyptian history leave no heirs? These were the questions Woodward and Griggs hoped to decode, not with scrolls or inscriptions, but with strands of ancient DNA, fragile, degraded, barely there, but packed with information. The Egyptian Museum's climate-controlled overhaul provided the perfect window. Mummies of Hatshepsut's bloodline, of Thutmose's warrior kin, and of Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh, likely Tutankhamun's father, were being gently shifted to their new resting places. And in that brief moment of movement, tissue could be sampled carefully, rarely, once in a generation, because once these kings and queens were sealed into their new, pristine cases, they wouldn't be touched for decades. And so, while tourists gasped at golden masks and alabaster lions, scientists in lab coats peered into microscopes and ran gene sequencers. The royal family was about to speak, not in hieroglyphs, but in nucleotides. Would the DNA confirm the long-suspected inbreeding? Would it reveal inherited disorders, metabolic conditions, immune deficiencies? Was the sudden extinction of the dynasty not divine punishment or political conspiracy, but biology quietly unraveling a family from within? Tutankhamun, the boy with the golden tomb, now stood at the center of a modern investigation, and his unborn children, once laid to rest in tiny coffins barely noticed amid the treasure, might prove to be the most important clues of all. 3. One of the mightiest rulers of Egypt's golden age. And suddenly, the lab bench in Cairo became a throne room of a different kind. Here, under sterile lights, with gloved hands and cotton swabs, the bloodline of gods was being unraveled one cell at a time. Scott Woodward and Wilfred Griggs, armed with their Brigham Young University expertise in genetic archaeology, weren't just cataloguing ancient bones. They were resurrecting relationships, sketching a family tree that could finally explain one of the ancient world's greatest vanishing acts, the sudden, mysterious extinction of the 18th dynasty. Was it love that did them in? That twisted royal love, the sanctioned incestuous marriages meant to preserve divine blood, but which may have crippled the line genetically? DNA could tell them. Not just who begat whom, but what genetic baggage they carried with them, mutations, disorders, vulnerabilities. And for that, they needed more than just kings and queens. They needed the fetuses, the tiny, tragic bundles found with Tutankhamun. His children, almost certainly, hadn't been on display. They weren't on any museum inventory. The nested coffins, found in a storeroom, quietly gathering dust. But the fetuses themselves, missing. lost in a bureaucratic shuffle of restoration and storage. Even senior curators weren't quite sure where they'd gone. And yet those fetuses might be the most critical genetic link of all. Their DNA could confirm not only Tutankhamun's lineage, but whether a hereditary defect had killed them, and perhaps echoed back through the royal line to claim their father, their uncles, their ancestors. While the hunt for the fetuses quietly continued, Scott and Wilfrid got back to work. Today's subject, Thutmose III, the empire builder, the military genius. His mummy, firmly identified and pristine, offered a rare certainty in a line blurred by shifting names and missing sarcophagi. His DNA would become a genetic lighthouse, one of the few solid markers in a sea of speculation. Sample by sample, tomb by tomb, they weren't just rebuilding a dynasty, they were exhuming its DNA to find its cracks, its secrets, and maybe the flaw that toppled it from within, and built a whole new city, Akhenaten, the city of the sun. Akhenaten, tall and androgynous with elongated limbs and a belly that artists often exaggerated, wasn't just challenging theology, he may have also embodied the genetic unraveling of his dynasty. His images fascinated and puzzled Egyptologists. Was it just a new art style, or was he physically different, a sign of a disorder, the result of generations of closed-loop breeding, where pharaohs married their sisters and cousins in the divine name of blood purity? This is where Scott and Wilfrid's work became more than scientific, it became diagnostic. The tissue samples from Thutmose III were critical, not because of any mystery about him, his identity was known, his rule glorified in stone, but because he was the genetic anchor. A fixed point in the 18th dynasty, a control group in the swirling hypotheses of incest, mutation, and dynastic decline. From his DNA, they could measure how far the royal genome had drifted by the time it reached Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. And Tutankhamun's DNA potential gold, especially if they could find the fetuses again, his likely daughters miscarried or stillborn. Their sequences might show the real toll of the royal blood loop. How much had their genome degraded? Were they unviable due to a shared parental lineage? Did the end of this dynasty come not from rebellion or conquest, but from a chromosome buried deep in the king's own bones? With Thutmose III providing the genetic North Star, the team carefully pried loose skin and tissue samples, always avoiding contamination, always mindful that even the smallest fragment might unlock centuries of myth. And as the whispers of DNA echoed down from tomb to lab, another question hovered in the air. What if Akhenaten wasn't just spiritually revolutionary, but genetically compromised? What if the body that changed religion also carried the flaw that ended a golden lineage? And could the lotus, so often found in their tombs and rituals, be more than a symbol of rebirth, but a desperate attempt to hold on to health, vitality, and a future already slipping through royal fingers? What began as a dig in the sand was turning into a diagnosis. The 18th dynasty wasn't just collapsing, it may have been dying from within. Akhenaten didn't just build a city, he built a rupture in time. 200 miles from the traditional seat of Egyptian power, this enigmatic pharaoh carved his capital, Akhenaten, into the sunlit sand like a declaration of independence. From tradition, from orthodoxy, from the very pantheon of gods that had ruled Egypt for over a millennium. And when he did it, he changed everything. The art shifted first. Gone were the idealized, stoic poses of eternity. In their place came tender, sometimes awkward scenes, kings holding hands with queens, daughters perched on knees, faces bent toward kisses, and Akhenaten himself, a figure like no other pharaoh, elongated face, soft jaw, wide hips, narrow waist, long limbs, like a divine being sculpted in the middle of transformation. Was it just art, or did he truly look this way? Some argue it was all symbolism, a powerful new visual language to show that the king was different, closer to the divine, both masculine and feminine, the full embodiment of creative force. Others aren't so sure, because the physical strangeness was not just carved in stone, it may have been carved into his genes. Marfan syndrome, a genetic disorder that stretches bones, softens joints and distorts proportions. Lincoln may have had it. Did Akhenaten? Or was it another syndrome entirely, unnamed but inherited, lurking in the DNA of this royal line that had grown too tightly woven? Dr. James Harris, studying royal skulls, noticed something uncanny. The head of Amenhotep III, Akhenaten's presumed father, was bizarrely large for his short stature. Large, pointed, globular. Not unlike the sculptures of his son. The genes might not lie. And the mind? Well, Akhenaten didn't just change religion, he obliterated it. Out went Amun, Osiris, Ra, Thoth. In came Aten, the disk of the sun, one god, one light, one divine source, shining down upon the royal family, alone. No intermediaries, just pure, radiant devotion carved into stone. Akhenaten became priest, prophet, and king. His city, Amarna, was both utopia and experiment, fragile, brilliant, doomed. To modernize, his radical break looks almost manic, erratic, obsessive. Was it spiritual ecstasy or genetic collapse? Was this divine vision or neurological distortion shaped by an inherited disorder? Whatever it was, it ended as quickly as it began. When Akhenaten died, his sun-drenched city faded. The temples were abandoned, the old gods reclaimed their shrines, and his son, Tutankhamun, was shuffled back to Thebes, given a name that honored Amun once more. The boy king tried to pick up the pieces, but the cracks were too deep. The dynasty would end with him. And so now scientists search his bones, his blood, the lost fetuses of his daughters. Because buried inside the DNA may be not just a family tree, but a genetic time bomb. A flaw passed down through generations of divine unions. A flaw that turned kings into cautionary tales and left behind a kingdom of gold and gods, haunted by the biology that brought it to its knees. Akhenaten's sun disk, the Aten, may have lit up his capital with spiritual intensity, but the reality under its golden rays was far from peaceful piety. Scenes carved into the walls of Amarna tombs don't show just sun worship and royal affection. They show soldiers, patrols, power structures. The city was not just a temple to one god, it was a fortress to one king. Despite earlier portrayals of Akhenaten as a dreamy religious idealist, what emerges instead is a portrait of control, of surveillance, of possible suppression. The military didn't dissolve under his rule, it marched to his rhythm. The patrol tracks still visible in the desert are not the footprints of saints, but of soldiers. Was he a spiritual visionary or a theocratic autocrat? A gentle reformer or a man driven by something less divine, more internal? That's where the DNA comes in, because words fade, statues lie, and art stylizes, but genes tell the unedited version. Akhenaten and Nefertiti had 6 daughters. The third, Ankhesenpaten, would become Tutankhamun's wife, her husband. Likely Akhenaten's son by a lesser wife. It was a loop. The bloodline doubled back on itself, repeatedly, and when blood loops too tightly, it often frays. Scientists now suspect that what made Akhenaten so visually and behaviorally unique might not just be ideology, but biology, a gene, a mutation, something heritable that subtly twisted posture, skull shape, hormone levels, maybe even his mental state. The fetuses found with Tutankhamun were his granddaughters, most likely. They may have inherited this silent flaw, and they may have paid the ultimate price for it. But Tutankhamun, so carefully preserved, still wrapped in regal silence, was off limits, still in his sarcophagus, too sacred to sample. That left the fetuses as the only viable source of immediate genetic answers, and therein lay the frustration. Howard Carter had documented their discovery in Box 317, 2 miniature coffins, 2 tiny royal corpses, but the trail went cold. The fetuses had been removed from their coffins, not catalogued with care, but shuffled, transferred, misplaced. In the decades that followed, they wandered through storage rooms, shuffled between conservation labs, possibly even sent up to the Citadel. So the team from Brigham Young, now archaeologists turned detectives, found themselves doing what Carter once did, searching blindly in storerooms, flipping through catalogues, questioning staff, hunting down whispers in corridors lined with sarcophagi. Because if they could find those fetuses, just one sliver of tissue, one preserved fragment, they might finally expose the genetic code behind the Amana experiment. Was the dynasty undone by a revolution of faith or a failure of genes? What if Akhenaten's bold religious vision was just the outward glow of a quietly inherited syndrome? And what if the death of his granddaughters wasn't fate or misfortune, but the inescapable end of a family that had loved itself too closely, for too long? Fall of Egypt's most iconic royal family. Because while the DNA of the fetuses might offer the biological smoking gun, there was still another candidate, an unwrapped, unnamed royal mummy, suspected by some to be Akhenaten himself. But for now, Wilfred Griggs had his hands, quite literally, on history. Inside a locked room in Cairo Medical School, nestled among remains spanning from the pre-dynastic age to the Coptic era, were 2 humble boxes, cotton-lined, aged and untouched since Howard Carter packed them nearly a century ago. Inside, the tiny mummified bodies of 2 stillborn children, the fetuses, finally. The first was estimated to be about 5 months old. Perfectly preserved, tiny hands still intact, a small abdominal incision hinting at careful embalming. The second, larger, more developed, perhaps 7 months, was a female baby. You could see her vertebrae, her clavicle, even her lips and nose. No deformities were visible, no obvious skeletal anomalies. But the incisions, that was the clue. Fetuses so small wouldn't be mummified unless they were immensely important. This wasn't routine mortuary care. This was royal ritual. They weren't just mourned, they were prepared for eternity. Wilfred and Dr. Gabala gently discussed whether a sample could be taken, something so minute it wouldn't even disturb the delicate wrappings. Just enough to amplify, just enough to extract truth from silence. Back in Utah, Scott Woodward began the slow, meticulous work of coaxing DNA from the ancient, fragile remains, amplifying each molecule millions of times, searching for the genetic fingerprint that would confirm what everyone suspected, that these were Tutankhamun's daughters, that their bloodline looped back to Akhenaten, and that perhaps buried in their cells were the mutations that haunted the 18th dynasty. They weren't just trying to link names on a family tree. They were hunting down a ghost. The ghost of a syndrome. A flaw passed through the veins of kings. something subtle but lethal. A whisper in the genes that might explain not just stillbirths and strange skulls, but why the sun finally set on one of history's greatest dynasties. And somewhere in the background, the silent forms of two tiny princesses finally began to speak. From KV-55 was more than just a skeleton in a broken sarcophagus. It was potentially the biological Rosetta Stone of the 18th dynasty, shrouded in controversy and crumbling linen. This solitary figure had lain unrecognized for decades, his identity stripped by iconoclasts who hacked away names, defaced coffins, and tried to erase his legacy from history. But they hadn't erased everything. The tomb's layout was eerily familiar, an architectural echo of Akhenaten's own royal burial site at Amarna. One chamber for Queen Tia, his mother. Another, almost certainly meant for him. And those clay bricks, scattered around the body, bore the name the Osiris, King Neferkheperure-Wenre, Akhenaten's throne name, not once, twice. Even with the cartouches destroyed, the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. The brick inscriptions, the unique epithets, the tomb design, it all screamed Akhenaten. But the final twist came from anatomy. Jim Harris's analysis of the KV-55 skull revealed it was nearly a mirror image of Tutankhamun's. Not a cousin, not a distant uncle, but a first-degree relative, either father or brother. And since there's no historical trace of Tutankhamun having a sibling who could fit, the only logical answer is this was his father. This was Akhenaten. If true, the implications were staggering. Not only did the heretic pharaoh survive destruction, but his very body could now be studied for clues about the dynasty's end. His DNA could confirm whether the same genetic fault that may have taken his daughters and weakened Tutankhamun also flowed through him. Was it Marfan syndrome, an inherited metabolic disorder? A genetic fragility that slowly decayed the bloodline from within, masked behind golden masks and sun disk theology? And with his body finally available after years in bureaucratic and political limbo, the long-awaited biological examination could begin. The man who tried to erase the gods, the man whose face stretched across walls in impossible proportions, the man who changed art, religion, and possibly doomed his descendants. His bones were about to answer the very questions he left behind. In the silence of the lab, far from the golden sun of Amarna, Akhenaten might finally reveal what his revolution cost, not in temples, but in blood. It was becoming increasingly clear to Joyce Filer that the skeleton from KV-55 might not be who so many had hoped. She'd come into the Cairo examination room chasing the spectre of Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh whose legacy shaped Egypt's religious upheaval. But what she found beneath her hands and tools wasn't the body of a 35-year-old revolutionary king. It was a younger man, barely into adulthood. The teeth told part of the story. The wear patterns, or rather the lack of them, were striking. At an age where someone in their 30s would have shown moderate to heavy enamel erosion, this skull had pristine dental surfaces. Then there was the bone fusion, those subtle, silent signals in the ends of long bones where cartilage slowly turns to hardened adulthood. Here too, the evidence pointed to a man not yet finished growing, late teens, early 20s at best. Akhenaten, the man who built a city and restructured Egyptian theology, couldn't have done all that and died at 20. That kind of legacy takes time, and time leaves marks on the body. Marks this skeleton simply didn't have. And there was something else. No signs of Marfan syndrome, no signs of genetic deformation, no physical anomalies. The skeleton wasn't elongated, twisted, or unusually proportioned. It wasn't echoing the strange statues and reliefs that showed Akhenaten with a distended belly and delicate limbs. This body was normal, healthy, male, young. All signs now whispered a different name, Smenkhare, the mysterious co-regent, the almost forgotten pharaoh who ruled briefly in the shadow between Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. His existence has been questioned, his identity blurred. But a short reign, a young age at death, a close bloodline to Tutankhamun, this body fit him better than it fit Akhenaten. If true, the skeleton from KV-55 might not hold the genetic key to the entire dynasty's collapse. But it still carried weight. It was still part of that tightly looped, possibly defective family tree. Still valuable for the DNA study. Yet the question lingered. If this wasn't Akhenaten, where was he? Had his body truly been destroyed by those who hated his heresy? Or had he been hidden somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered? For now, one answer had emerged from KV-55. The man buried in the vandalized coffin was not the heretic pharaoh who dreamed under the sun disk. He was another casualty of a dynasty unraveling, but his bones might still whisper part of the tale. The bloodline was still there. The flaws, if they existed, still flowed in his veins. And science wasn't done listening yet. The genetic pattern fractured. The early days of the 18th dynasty began with tightly bound bloodlines. Brother marrying sister, a deliberate continuation of divine kingship, pure in lineage but dangerous in biology. And yet somewhere around Amenhotep I, the pattern broke. Marriages became more strategic, more diverse. The gene pool opened up, slightly. But by the time we reach Akhenaten and the end of the dynasty, the circle tightened again. Akhenaten, very likely the product of a closely related union, married his own daughter or half-sister, Nefertiti, depending on the interpretation, and their offspring, Tutankhamun, Ankhesenamun, and the stillborn fetuses, fell under the genetic microscope. Smenkhare's skeleton, now no longer cloaked in mystery, helped reset the board. A young man, not diseased, not deformed, not Akhenaten, but most likely his son, possibly his co-regent, Tutankhamun's older brother, the prince who might have been king had he lived. His normal skeleton weakened the argument for a dominant genetic flaw like Marfan's, but the quiet tragedy of the fetuses, 2 infants who didn't survive birth, suggested something subtler was at play. A recessive disorder, a metabolic condition that wouldn't leave skeletal evidence, but would silently cull the next generation? The team in Utah, working meticulously with fragments of ancient tissue, managed to coax out mitochondrial DNA from the older fetus. And through it, they were able to glimpse the genetic fingerprint of the mother, Ankhesenamun, daughter of Nefertiti, which meant they also indirectly mapped Nefertiti's mitochondrial legacy. And for now, no glaring genetic disorder had emerged. But the search wasn't over. DNA doesn't give up its secrets easily, not when it's 3,000 years old and buried in embalming salts and thyme. The process needed more refinement, more precision. But the researchers were confident. More sequences would come, more connections. Perhaps even confirmation of what, if anything, cursed the bloodline. Because the 18th dynasty didn't just fade, it broke. Tutankhamun died young. His daughters died before birth. His supposed brother Smenkhare barely made it into adulthood. The line ended not with a coup or conquest, but with a family tree that quietly failed to branch any further. And so, from desiccated wombs, shattered coffins, and exiled bones, the story emerged, not just of gods and gold, but of genes, of flawed inheritances, of a dynasty too entangled to continue, and the lotus-strewn tombs, once symbols of eternal youth and divine perfection, now whispered a deeper truth. Even kings, even living gods cannot escape the laws of biology, was also the closing scene of one of history's grandest dramas. The 18th dynasty, which rose in golden splendor, faded not with a war or rebellion, but with silence in the nursery, an empty cradle that no air would ever fill. Scott Woodward's work with DNA had rewritten the very bones of Egypt's royal narrative. What had once seemed like a single, sprawling dynasty of continuous blood became something much more fractured. Two distinct family lines joined not by shared descent, but by political continuity. The DNA from Ahmose to Amenhotep showed genetic consistency, father to son, clear lineage. But then came a shift. Thutmose I, one of Egypt's greatest builders and military tacticians, did not match the maternal DNA of his predecessors. A small molecular difference, a C paired with a T instead of two C's, revealed a maternal line break. A new woman, a new branch of the royal tree, a new bloodline wearing the same crown. This break explained much: the sudden appearance of new facial features, new alliances, new religious leanings. This was not one family continuing, it was a reset. But the cycle didn't stay clean for long. By the time Akhenaten rose, the pattern of brother-sister marriage returned. The dynasty curled in on itself once again. Akhenaten and Nefertiti's children married one another. Tutankhamun wed his half-sister, Ankhesenamun. And though the overall inbreeding was not sustained across generations, thanks to periodic fresh genetic infusions, this final bout of close kinship was enough to unravel the line. The fetuses found in Tutankhamun's tomb, though carefully embalmed and honored as royals, offered the cruelest truth: neither survived. The reason? Still unclear. No evidence yet of Marfan's or overt deformities. No skeletal abnormalities. But the whisper of a recessive disorder still lingers, something unseen tucked in their DNA, waiting to be found. And Nasri Iskander, having traveled from Cairo to Utah to see the data himself, stood face to face with something astonishing. His mummies, once shrouded in legend and linen, were now revealing who they really were, not just in name, but in chromosome. Father to son, sister to brother, a lineage replete with power, vision, and fragile blood. The 18th dynasty didn't collapse under the weight of politics. It faded, one gene at a time. And with each DNA sequence recovered, the story grows richer, not just of rulers and revolutions, but of humans, of mothers, fathers, children lost before they breathed, of a golden age built on imperfection, a dynasty of gods undone by something as human as biology. Stone structure and what lay beyond it would change everything we thought we knew about the people who built the pyramids. This was no random scatter of stones. It was an organized, expansive workers' settlement, a city hidden beneath centuries of sand, sitting right on the edge of the Giza Plateau. Not tombs, not temples, but homes, dormitories, baking ovens, storage rooms, cemeteries. The laborers who once toiled to raise the most iconic monuments in human history had finally been found, not as nameless slaves whipped under the sun, but as respected, fed, and even medically treated members of society. Gone was the image painted by Herodotus of a mass of shackled men toiling under the lash. Instead, Archaeologists uncovered bread molds and beer jars, cattle bones from prime cuts, evidence of hearty meals. They found medical supplies, splints for broken bones, even tombs for the workers themselves, beautifully built and carefully maintained. These weren't expendable laborers, these were skilled craftsmen, engineers, artisans. And yes, laborers too, organized in rotating crews and divisions, bearing team names like Friends of Khufu. They lived in a purpose-built town nestled near the construction site. Their work was grueling, yes, but their lives were valued, their deaths were honored. And suddenly the pyramid builders had faces. This discovery didn't just rewrite pyramid history, it rehumanized it. These were not shadows in the background of Pharaoh's glory. They were the hands and backs that made the glory possible. With their rediscovery came a renewed understanding of Egypt's greatness, not as the result of tyranny, but of coordination, innovation, and sheer human will. And now, with ancient DNA and skeletal analysis, we can even glimpse who they were, where they came from, how they lived, and how they died. So, as we trace the elegant lineage of the 18th dynasty to its quiet end, and then rewind history back to the grand scale of pyramid building centuries earlier, we're not just piecing together monuments, we're resurrecting lives, reconstructing realities, and letting the silent voices of history speak through bricks, bones, and now genes. From Tutankhamun's empty nursery to Khufu's towering tomb, ancient Egypt is no longer a mystery of gods and sand. It's a story of people, and their stories, once buried deep beneath time, are finally coming back to life. Realized they were looking at something far more organized and advanced than a camp of enslaved laborers. This was a city, a living, breathing industrial complex, humming with logistical precision. The so-called lost city of the pyramids wasn't just a place for workers to sleep between shifts. It was a fully functioning community, engineered to feed, house, and support thousands of people tasked with building some of the most astonishing structures on Earth. Mark Lehner's team mapped out bakeries the size of small buildings, packed with thick, bell-shaped pots used to mass-produce loaves of bread. Next to them, evidence of beer brewing operations, because in ancient Egypt, bread and beer were not luxuries, but staples, the high-carb fuel for relentless labor. These weren't makeshift kitchens, they were industrial bakeries, logistics hubs, and then came the burials. When Zahi Hawass stumbled upon the cemetery in the dunes, it was as though the past itself cracked open. A horse stumbled, and beneath the sand, walls, a forgotten necropolis. And unlike the gold-laden tombs of nobles and pharaohs, these graves were left untouched. No one had looted them because there was nothing flashy to steal, just bones, pots, and tools. But for archaeologists, it was pure treasure. Over 600 tombs were found, layered by rank. At the base, simple graves of laborers. Above, better-built tombs for foremen, overseers, and managers. And carved into those tombs, titles, names, stories, men who baked bread, brewed beer, hauled stone. Men who sculpted, directed, engineered. Their job descriptions etched in limestone, their contributions permanently honored. There was no mistaking it now. These were the pyramid builders, not slaves, not shadows, but skilled workers in a state-run system. And the presence of both humble and elite tombs proved there was hierarchy, respect, even upward mobility. One man's tomb named him overseer of the west side of Khufu's pyramid. Another was called inspector of building tombs. These were not shackled men, these were professionals, technicians of the ancient world. With every new artifact, every new skeleton, the myth of slave-built pyramids crumbled like an old Hollywood set. The true story was rising, of a society that could organize, feed, and house thousands of workers in the shadow of the world's tallest limestone mountain. Of labor that was grueling, yes, but honored. And so the sand gave up its secrets, not just of the pyramids, but of the people who made them. A lost city uncovered, a labor force remembered, and a chapter of history rewritten, not with conjecture but with bone, brick and bread. Very sands that had buried them for millennia, shielded from moisture, sealed away from decay. What the Cairo scientists were discovering was nothing short of groundbreaking. Not just well-preserved ancient bones, but well-preserved people with stories etched into their DNA. The first clue that shattered the myth of pyramid slaves was already laid in stone, or rather in stake. The bone fragments recovered from the pyramid settlement didn't tell the story of gruel and punishment. They spoke of fish, of fine cuts of young cattle, of meat and marrow reserved for the privileged. These were not rations for the enslaved. This was food that had been chosen, selected, prepared with care. Food that implied investment in the well-being of those who consumed it. And when archaeologists unearthed benches and troughs, low, flat, lined with ash and embedded fish bones, they realized they'd stumbled upon a dining infrastructure that catered to thousands. Industrial kitchens, food halls of the ancient world. Not the settings of slave labor camps, but the logistical nerve centers of a massive, state-supported project. Then came the most human evidence of all, the tombs. Over 600 skeletons, men, women, children, nearly equal numbers of adult males and females, babies just a year old, a child mortality rate consistent with domestic living. These weren't transient laborers. They were families, residents, long-term occupants of a thriving community built in the shadow of a pharaoh's dream. This was no slave camp. This was a working city. The demography told the truth ancient myths tried to blur. The workers weren't conscripted prisoners, at least not in the sense of ownership. They were citizens, craftspeople, technicians, laborers brought in from across Egypt, accompanied by wives and children, housed and fed well, respected enough to be buried with dignity. And now their DNA was speaking. Through careful extraction using methods with unprecedented 80% success rates, the scientists of Cairo University were reconstructing genetic profiles that could confirm familial relationships. Not just they lived here, but this was his wife. These were her children. This boy belonged to that household. Lineages were forming, community ties revealed in chromosomes. The story of pyramid construction was being rewritten, not as a saga of suffering, but of coordination, planning and care. A national project, fed with cattle from the provinces, staffed by families, built by people whose bones were preserved not because they were cursed, but because they were remembered. They didn't just build the pyramids, they lived beside them. They raised children in their shadows. And now, 3,000 years later, they are being restored, not just to history books, but to humanity. Damaged, while the doctor would manipulate the broken limb, carefully aligning bone with bone, adjusting angles with practiced hands. Splints were applied, wrappings bound, and the healing process began, not just for nobles, but for workers. This revelation, the mirror image healing between worker and aristocrat, was the final decisive blow to the slave theory, because slaves do not receive orthopedic care. They are not set, bound, and realigned. They are not fed, prime beef and fish from sacred rivers, they are not buried in carefully constructed tombs, and they certainly are not honored with a full, documented family legacy, written not in hieroglyphs, but in their DNA. The fractures told a new story. Workers who fell while hauling limestone, who broke arms, legs, ribs in service of building the pharaoh's tomb, and who were valued enough to be treated, not discarded. Their bones healed straight, aligned with precision. Their bodies were not just labor, they mattered. And now we know who they were. Families, men and women, children, community clusters working in concert. They lived in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, not as shadows themselves, but as builders with names, lives and dreams. And when injury came, they were treated just as the high-born were. The DNA confirmed family ties. The food remains confirmed quality of life. The fractures confirmed medical care. And together they confirmed the truth. The pyramids were not built on the backs of slaves. They were built by the hands of citizens, respected, organized, fed, housed, and healed. A national project powered not by chains, but by the collective will and ingenuity of a people. And after 4,500 years, their bones speak louder than myth ever could. In carefully organized teams, crews named the Friends of Khufu, or the Drunkards of Menkore, not anonymous slaves, but organized rotating workers who were part of a national project with pride, roles, and recognition. Zahi Hawass's bold new estimate, 20,000 people in total, shattered the centuries-old assumption of 100,000 groaning slaves forced into decades of backbreaking toil. The numbers didn't lie. They matched the scale of food production, the number of graves, the size of the workers' city, and even the logistics of stone placement. The true pyramid builders were not victims. They were volunteers, laborers under rotation from across Egypt, working in seasons when farming was idle, fed, housed, medically treated, and buried near their sacred duty. And the physical evidence? It told the whole story. Their vertebrae were crushed and bent from relentless hauling. Their bones showed signs of heavy labor, early death, but also care, real care. Not just splints and honey, but surgical amputations that healed. And if you amputate someone's limb in 2500 BC, then keep them alive long enough to recover, that's not a disposable labor force. That's a society investing in its own. So when the bones were examined next to those of nobles, and the fractures healed just as cleanly when the diet included the best meats, when entire families were buried together, men, women, children, it became clear. The people who built the pyramids were not driven by the whip. They were driven by pride, by national duty, and perhaps even by faith. They weren't building for survival, they were building for eternity. And now their bones and DNA are rewriting the textbooks. Herodotus brought us tales, Hollywood brought us myths, but the sand kept the truth. And 4,500 years later, the people who raised the pyramids, stone by stone, family by family, are finally standing tall again, not as shadows, but as the architects of one of humanity's greatest feats. Did they get the blocks up the pyramid? You can move a 2.5-ton block across sand with water and manpower, sure. But raising it up to place it, layer upon layer, 146 meters into the sky, that was the real challenge. Craig Smith, the modern construction planner, approached the problem like he would any skyscraper, through logistics, sequencing, and efficiency. With the rate of block placement calculated at 1 every 2 to 3 minutes, The pyramid couldn't afford downtime. It had to be a seamless, continuous operation. Mark Lehner and his team had already found hints of ramps and construction roads at the base of the pyramid. But the real insight came from studying how materials could have been hauled up in stages. The likeliest method, a spiraling ramp built around the pyramid as it rose. As the height increased, so did the ramp, curving like a spiral staircase around the structure's body, wide enough to drag a stone, narrow enough to maintain an upward gradient, manageable for teams of workers. And then came the tools: wooden levers, copper chisels, stone pounders. Rudimentary, yes. But when used in highly coordinated crews, these tools proved capable of doing the job efficiently. Smith's construction analysis, based on modern principles but adapted to ancient tech, confirmed it. Zahi Hawass's estimate of 20,000 workers wasn't just plausible, it was right on target. The entire project could be built with that labor force, working in rotations, using seasonally idle farmers as part-time laborers, supported by a permanent technical crew of 5,000 artisans, engineers, and overseers. So Herodotus was off by 80%. The image of 100,000 groaning slaves pulling stones for 3 decades gave way to something far more impressive: a national project, precision-planned, executed with Bronze Age tools and 21st century coordination. With rotating crews of farmers, full-time specialists and skilled laborers all living in a purpose-built workers' city, eating cattle, getting medical treatment, raising families, and all for one goal: to build a ladder to the afterlife for their king. Now, 4,500 years later, with computer simulations, skeletal analysis, and ancient DNA, the truth has emerged, not in myths, but in math, muscle, and bone. The Great Pyramid wasn't the work of slaves. It was the crowning achievement of a mobilized nation. 1 block every 2 minutes, 20 years, 20,000 people, and a legacy that still towers above history. Have looked in their prime. Imagine it, not the dusty, stepped giants we see today, but smooth, gleaming white mountains blazing under the Egyptian sun like mirrors for the gods. Khufu's pyramid, 50 stories tall, clad in polished limestone, would have been visible for miles, an eternal beacon of divine kingship and engineering mastery. And getting those finishing stones to the summit, that was the last great feat. According to Mark Lehner and Craig Smith's final analysis, once the bulk of the pyramid was in place using a massive frontal ramp up to about 1/3 of its height, the remaining blocks, fewer, smaller, and lighter, were likely hauled up via a spiraling ramp built directly onto the structure itself. This wraparound ramp, climbing tighter as it rose, allowed workers to lift blocks efficiently without the absurd material cost of building one giant ramp to the top. As each level was finished, the ramp was dismantled downward. The final touch, the Tura limestone casing, drag it across the Nile, lift it up the spiral, polish it in place, and once that final stone slid into position, the pyramid would shine like a god's staircase. That's the image Herodotus never saw, and no slave-built myth could ever capture, because this wasn't brute labor, this was genius in limestone, logistics, geometry, and manpower married in perfect alignment. Thousands of workers fed, housed, healed, each pulling not just a stone, but a legacy. And when the sun hit that Tura limestone at dawn, it wasn't just dazzling, it was divine. The truth was now being exhumed from beneath centuries of sand and speculation. They were Egyptians, farmers, artisans, bakers, masons. They weren't alien engineers or mythical survivors from Atlantis. They were people of the Nile, real, sunburned, calloused hands who answered a call far greater than gold or conquest. The skeletons told more than just tales of broken backs and healed limbs. They whispered of origins. Some bore isotopic markers, minute chemical traces in bones and teeth that revealed where in Egypt they were born. The analysis was clear. These people came from all across the land, from the delta to the desert edges, from Upper Egypt and Lower, a national labor force, not a local one. And they didn't just come, they volunteered. Why? Not for coin, not for coercion, but because to help build the pyramid was to step into the afterlife's shadow. To lay a stone for the king was to earn divine favor. It was national service wrapped in spiritual reward. This was the early Egyptian state at work, mobilizing people in the off-seasons of farming, rotating them in and out of pyramid service, feeding them, healing them, and honoring their contribution. Their service was their legacy. Their graves, built with care, lined the edges of the pyramids like silent testimonials. Some were even buried with tools, symbols of their role in one of the greatest human projects ever undertaken. And so a new theory emerged. The pyramids didn't just reflect Egypt's power, they built it. By drawing together thousands from across the kingdom in a shared sacred enterprise, the construction of the pyramids forged national unity, identity, loyalty. It wasn't just stones that were stacked on the Giza plateau, it was the foundation of a civilization. In the end, it wasn't about aliens or chains or impossible myths. It was about a people who dreamed of eternity, built with purpose, and died with pride. They built the pyramids, and in doing so, the pyramids helped build Egypt, together not out of fear, but out of faith and obligation wrapped in pride. It wasn't slavery, it was service. Sacred, celebrated, and the DNA now confirmed it. Pyramid building wasn't a task imposed on foreigners or forced upon outcasts. It was a unifying national act. Genetic profiles from bones buried near the Great Pyramid matched modern Egyptians from every bend of the Nile, from Aswan in the far south to the fertile marshes of the delta. The pyramid workforce was Egypt, and just as the DNA tied them to place, the tombs tied them to purpose. Those miniature pyramids dotting the necropolis near Giza. They weren't symbolic flukes, they were deeply personal statements. Even the workers, the masons, the bakers, the foremen, they wanted pyramids too. They wanted to rise with the king, to build their own stairway to eternity. If the pharaoh was building his monument to the afterlife, they would raise their own beside his, scaled down but meaningful. And so the pyramid became more than a tomb. It became a communal symbol. To build the king's pyramid wasn't just duty, it was participation in national rebirth, in spiritual architecture. It was the Nile's people coming together to raise something not just from stone, but from shared identity. Food came from the provinces, cattle arrived on the hoof from distant corners of Egypt. The diet of the workers, the cattle bones themselves, proved this wasn't a regional project. It was a national mobilization. Provinces provisioning, families contributing, children watching their fathers place stone atop stone. Like a barn raising in Lancaster County, the pyramid site became a social and spiritual center, a place where the country converged. Teenagers hauled ropes, grandfathers carved stones, women cooked. Families watched history rise one tier at a time. And then, when the work was done, they built their own monuments beside it. The pyramid wasn't just for the king, it was for everyone. And for everyone who built it, a piece of eternity waited in return. and colossal in its ambition. They didn't just build stone monuments, they built the scaffolding of the state itself. Under the shadow of those limestone giants, Egypt discovered something revolutionary: how to be a nation, to marshal 100 villages into a single workforce, to funnel cattle from the delta, flint from the desert, and copper from Sinai, to record it all, feed it all, house it all. This wasn't just construction, it was bureaucracy, administration, civic invention. From the team files inscribed in workers' tombs to the rotational labor model and resource distribution systems, the pyramid was Egypt's first great test in national coordination, and it passed with glowing limestone brilliance. Each worker wasn't just building for a king, they were building a legacy. They were laying stones not only for Khufu's soul, but for Egypt's future. And so when Menkaure, a weary king with failing health, stood before his own shrunken pyramid, he likely knew the lesson well. Build modestly, but finish. Because in Egypt, the afterlife didn't wait. After Menkaure, no pharaoh ever dared to build so large again. The age of great pyramid building was over. But what it left behind, it was more enduring than stone. A nation forged in collaboration, a people organized under purpose, and a civilization that learned how to build not just monuments, but itself. 4.5 millennia later, the pyramid still rises. Not just in silhouette against the Sahara, but in the systems we live by, the governments we form, the societies we shape. Khufu's tomb wasn't just a ladder to the stars, it was a blueprint for civilization. And so, beneath the relentless Egyptian sun and the ever-watchful gaze of the Great Pyramid, the sand continues to whisper secrets, layer by layer, tomb by tomb, bone by bone. This was not a tale of chains and cruelty. It was a saga of unity, of 20,000 souls drawn from every bend of the Nile, not under whip, but by will, bonded by faith, sweat, and the shared belief in something greater than themselves. They raised not only stones, but the idea of a nation. Their names, their families, their fractures and healed bones, all woven into the very foundation of Egypt. What began as a tomb for a king became a monument to the power of collective purpose. The Great Pyramid, Khufu's celestial staircase, now stands not just as a wonder of the ancient world, but as a testament to the first true experiment in national identity. These weren't slaves, these were citizens, farmers, craftsmen, bakers, mothers, children. They were Egypt, and in every block still standing, in every weathered inscription, in every sunlit grain of desert sand, they endure.